Hello, 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 and welcome to Feedback Friday Art Edition. I'm your host, Jacob. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to the stream. We're going to be doing art for MouseHunt, and we're gonna have a good time creating stuff together. So, welcome one and all. Making art. Uh, Yeah, so today's stream, I don't know how long it'll go. Basically, the goal is to start a new inventory item, bring it to hopefully completion by the end of the stream. But we'll see how well that goes. I have the option for you all, if you read the description of the stream today. Basically, I have the choice, or rather, you have the choice of creating either a new scroll case or its related treasure chest and rare variant. Uh, so, oh, I should have like had a poll ready or something like that. Let's see. Can I? Oh, actually, start a poll. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Okay. Okay. Uh, would you rather create a scroll case or treasure chest? Add option. Scroll case. Treasure chest. And I don't need a third option. Boom. Look at this. I figured out how to do a poll. Haha. Let's try this. Alright, we'll let it run for a few minutes while we hang out. Alright. So, just to kind of put it out there, it's going to be pretty obvious once we start it. This is going to be for the Draconic Depths area, the area that's going to be coming out in the future. This will be a kind of like, the how we do like the post-release with treasure chests, mapping stuff. And yeah, so I figured, this seems like a cool kind of theme to work on since the area is coming very soon. Um, and I want to do art that's related to it, and so this is just kind of like all that's available. All the other, Draconic Depths artwork is complete, of course. Uh, yeah, let's go poll. Okay, so far it's pretty close looking. I think Treasure Chest is winning it just by a hair. It's at 56%. So, anybody in the live chat, jump in, give me your thoughts. Would you rather us create a treasure chest today or a scroll case? Both will obviously be created in time, but whatever one we start with is kind of going to set the design for the other. So, what do we want to kind of like build off of? And just a heads up, next week I will be streaming again. Just scheduling wise makes sense. And so maybe I'll save the other item to do then. We'll see. I'm not sure how I want to run that, but so far that might be a plan. But maybe we'll have something even cooler that we could do next week. All right, so let's see. Let's give the poll another 1 minute. So it'll be 11:05 when I close the poll here. Do I have time to do both today? I doubt it. If they're really simple, maybe. But I also I don't want to stream like all day long. Uh, some days art just kind of I get into a zone and it flows and it's great. But yeah, I don't want to overpromise that, and I think it'd be nice to kind of like have it be one thing. So we'll see. We'll see. But yeah, I'll try to get one of them done today, whatever one we decide to go with. Yeah, both will be fun. But yeah, it does look like there it is. Okay, so I'm gonna close the poll. And the chest has won. All right. 27 votes, not bad. Jacob, is the waterfall next to the bountiful beanstalk related to the draconic depths? It is not. I'll just put that out there. Maybe in certain ways, but not so much. Um, so there you go. All right, so treasure chest has won. Sorry, scroll case. Come back for you another day. All right, so we're just gonna jump right in, I think. So, okay, we know what item we're creating. We know the area it is for. You all don't necessarily know a whole lot about the area, so there's only so much to work with there. But you know what? Just start throwing some ideas at me about like what would be a cool aesthetic for this treasure chest that is the local treasure hunting in Draconic Depths. So uh, how would you design this if you could? Throw your ideas. I'll try it out. Especially like right now. Um, let's see. Do I have it recording? Yes, time lapse is recording. So anyone who's watching this VOD style, um, basically what I do here is, if you're new to this as well, I just paint live, and it can take hours, naturally. Um, and at the end, I'll have kind of like recorded my session, and I'll play it back in the final like 5 minutes or whatnot of the stream. So if you don't want to kind of like tune in to listen to me ramble at myself, Jacob Radio as it's called sometimes. Um, if you're watching it VOD, you can potentially skip to that and just watch the process there. But it's a journey, and a lot of people like to just kind of hang. And if you're here live, I highly encourage and I very thankful for anyone who's participating in the chat to kind of like share ideas, like, oh, put horns on the corners, or like give it scales, or make it like dripping venom, like whatever you want, give it teeth, whatever. I like to just kind of take those suggestions and try it. Even if it's a terrible idea, it's fun. And sometimes it ends up creating something really special. So that is my little spiel. But yeah, I would, I need to get the bottom in there as well. I would greatly appreciate any and all input. For now, I'm going to kind of just like start a rough kind of like scribble. So something you might kind of notice about treasure chests and scroll cases is we always kind of like create them with a similar angle, by keeping kind of like the same perspective on the items. Then they kind of have this like familiarity and language. Anytime you see a new one, you still understand, okay, even though it looks so different from like another version of a treasure chest, it still invokes this is a treasure chest. So I need to like keep this kind of like, side angle. Often it's kind of tilted back, or like for the Slayer maps and others, it's kind of like, sometimes like mimic style, kind of like a mouth opening up, but effectively it's still the same perspective on the item, and usually relatively similar shape language. So that's something that I like to keep in mind with that. So let's see what we got in the chat. All right. Yeah, fire, water, poison. A dragon-shaped keyhole. I like that idea. Yeah. So like the lock itself or the keyhole itself would be dragon shaped, I wonder. Because like what we could do is there could be like a dragon head as the... This looks like an ox. Maybe it's got like dragon scale spines. I think the horns are really not ideal for that. Let's see. That's a little more dragon-like. So that's like a dragon head style, but maybe the idea of it being the keyhole, it requires like a very uniquely shaped key. Could be kind of fun. What kind of a key is this? I like the idea of it being like the lock, maybe not the full dragon head, but I like the idea of this kind of like raised detail, and it could be like the keyhole is here in the center, and then there could be like an embossed dragon wrapped around it, maybe. Of course, it would need to be big enough that we can appreciate the details, right? So that's an idea. Icicles. Oh, thank you, Joseph. I appreciate that. Art Fridays are the best Fridays. Well, you get 2 in a row. How about them apples? Should I save the Dragonhide slivers? Are they usable outside of the Ronza event? They will be usable outside of the event, but, you know, can use them during the event too. I don't believe that there's like a collection cap on those, so. But yeah, let me actually haven't verified the detail on kind of like costs and stuff, if there's a difference for value. Not that I can confirm that even if I have that intel. Let's see. Charm shop. Yeah, it's used to craft or purchase the base Dragonbane charm. And I believe that that is just something that is... what areas will provide that? I mean, it might be worth converting it here during this event is all. Oh, thank you, Michelle. Because I don't exactly know how the conversion of it works outside of the event. All right, got a Larry link for later. Another detail about my stream is if it's going to be a long one, which today it probably will go longer, I take an hour-long break in the middle, but I announce that I put up a timer and stuff, so you'll know exactly when I return. But yeah, just so you know what to expect. All right, let's see. Icicles, kind of like, yeah, with it tilted back, I like the idea of like having kind of the elements that are at play. So we have ice, Do you know all the elements that are at play in this area? We have fire. So yeah, let's see. Could be like magmatic looking kind of walls. The panels of the chest could be kind of like stone, and they're like glowing with heat, perhaps. Actually, sometimes I like to work up my kind of like sketch phase on grayscale so I can kind of throw light into it. Ultimately, it ends up being on a white backdrop, but I like to sketch up this way just because I find I can build my value structure quickly. I just need to not rely on the background being kind of gray for it to work. But okay. So making it like stone could be kind of interesting because it is like these caverns. That's like a fun theme with it. It could also be like the chest itself is more so like made of dragon scales or something like that. All right, thanks, Dave. All right, let's see. Yeah, dragon wrapping around the treasure chest. That would be really neat. I wouldn't want it to be like outside of the chest, right? Like it would need to be. It is the chest, but it's like wrapped around it, right? Like, does that make sense? So it's more like a piece of artwork, a motif carved into the side, or like a metal kind of like relief cut kind of thing. So like it's kind of like, well, actually, I would want it going this. Maybe it like wraps up and around like that. Ooh, and maybe like a wing is draped over it. Maybe this is like. It's just flopped over top. I guess it's going back to this kind of like first idea here. That might be something here. Actually, we could do something in this territory and still also incorporate things like the icicles and like magma and stuff like that. I think that could be possible if we kind of plan it well enough, right? And that's what this stage of artwork is all about, is kind of like figuring out, all right, what are the elements we need to kind of like fit, and let's kind of like mess around with various composition ideas, see if we can find something that harmonizes with all that. I'm actually going to jump down to that layer. Okay, so I like the idea of like, so one of the things I like to think of with the dragon wings is they're kind of like bat wings. It's a little bit of kind of like how I think of them. So they get these like kind of finger claw things going on. So if it were to be coiled around this, what would make sense? Like it could be that the fingers are wrapping kind of like that. And one thing is I could use these face changes to kind of show how it's actually like a part of this object, right? By like having these 90-degree angle shifts, and like having like a seam here, and then the material it's made of. Like I don't want it to look like there's a creature on it. I want it to look like this is the chest itself. So right now I'm not convinced that this specific kind of layout is good for that, but it might be okay. Ooh, it'd be fun if the top of the head here, right, is right about there, and then like when it opens, the like it's like the bottom jaw stays on the bottom half, and it opens up, and it's just like this mouth, like the dragon head itself is kind of like actually opening its mouth kind of idea. Let's see. There, I got a bunch of messages from all over. All right. Just want the tail coiled under or something like that. Okay, so that's it like in its basic form, and then like when it goes, you unlock the rare mode by dusting it. It could be okay. Let's see if this works. This might be a bit tricky. Okay. Spooky. And like we don't need it to be like a keyhole specifically. You know, like how this chest unlocks is probably more intricate than just like, oh, you just have, you know, the key for it or something. We never really kind of like have you have to like get a key or anything. It could just be magically opened. Okay, so but yeah, the idea here is you unlock more potential when you dust it, and so kind of like showing a cooler version of it is kind of a fun way to imply that. Light coming out of it kind of thing. But it could be kind of interesting if they're shifted like that. Suppose it would have made sense to use a separate layer for these parts, but I did not. All right. So that's one idea, and like, you know, it could be like spitting fire, something cool. All right, let's see what else we have in the chat, because I'm not keeping up on it. Let's see. Wrapped around. Good day, good day. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Ice, poison, fire elements around the chest for sure. Oh, very special shout out and applause to you and your team for the new Chrome Playful Narwhal Trap Skin. The design, reflectivity, playful droid. Yeah, absolutely. Liz created that trap skin. It's absolutely phenomenal. Uh, Narwhals are amazing. Chef's kiss. Well, I'll pass that on. Thank you so much. Always appreciate hearing that. Like our team works very hard. That one especially was quite a masterpiece. I agree. Yeah. Can have the dragon's head like a keyhole like you had earlier, but wings covering the lid, or even better, the wings as the lid itself. Ooh, that's also a good idea. Yeah. Instead of it being kind of like they're just weirdly sliced in half when it opens. I like that idea. See if I can make that work. Cool. Again, this is like another reason why I love doing Feedback Friday is like you guys have ideas that I just never will come up with on my own. You know, I have my own ideas. You give me yours, and then I combine those, and we create something that wouldn't have happened otherwise. So, always love to have input. And which is why I was extra excited this week to be able to be like, all right, I'm going to start with nothing. I don't have any pre planned ideas. Nothing's already drawn. We're going to just create this together. So I like that. Let's see. The chest shaped like a dragon is trying to protect its treasure, which I think is kind of what we got going. I want to make sure that the chest itself, it like this dragon feels like a part of the chest itself, not that it's like a creature sitting on top or draped over it. I want it to feel like it is made of, you know, the chest. So that'll be an interesting thing to try and solve, but I think it's doable. Hi, Charlie. The head is a clasp. Yeah. All right. Perhaps be standing on small claw feet. Oh, I like that. Yeah. Um, mm-hmm. Ooh, smoke. Smoke kind of billowing out could be fun too. Yeah. I like the idea of the claw feet. I sometimes give chests claw feet, but like, yeah, it should be like talons, dragon talons, for sure. And I think that'll help it kind of like be like, this isn't some other creature. This is just a chest with all these fun features. Although, with it tilted back like that, it might look like it's like alive and running away or something. I don't know. Hey Charlie, you're just gonna put your butt off of my legs so you fall immediately. Come on, you're gonna figure this out. No. She's literally like just I'm sitting cross-legged and she is just putting her butt over my legs so that it's just dangling and falling, and she just hooks her claws in and just kind of like stretches out that way. Like, is this what you wanted? Ridiculous cat. Okay. So it could be that the claws are kind of like coming up and kind of grabbing the bottom. And that feels a little more kind of like, okay, yeah, that is more of a piece of furniture as opposed to a living creature. So that could work. Yeah, that feels more chest-like if it's kind of, just capped the corner as opposed to these kind of like standing feet. But at the same time, I do love the idea of it being actually like these feet actually like coming off of it. Just need to make them work somehow. Let's see. It's very Baba Gaga hut vibe going right now. He's just walking away. It's like a little toad. I'm coming for you. You hold still. Just wait right there. I'm gonna eat all your gold and cook all your cheese and eat it. So fierce. Little turtle dragon guy. It's coming for you. I like it. It looks like it's just like a brat. It's like, you better open this quickly or it's gonna cause mayhem in your inventory. It never skips leg day. Yeah, it's too alive, right? Like, it's weird. It definitely, the angle, maybe if it's not tilted back, would work if it was like seated in that way. It's just a chonky dragon. It is pretty funny, especially with this one like lifting up. It actually is like walking. It's lumbering, not so much walking. It's lumbering. Lumbering towards us. It's a dragon that like wished for the ultimate treasure hoard and uh, or its wish was like, I want you to make me a treasure hoard, like make one for me, but I want you to make me a treasure hoard. And then monkey paw came true, and the dragon itself became a treasure hoard. Okay, that foot isn't working for me. The first version was alright. Yeah, it looks like it's just like ready to go on a walk. You just picked up the leash. It's just super excitedly bouncing up and down, ready to go and hunt some more gold and roast some hunters. The dragon ate the chest. It's too bloated to walk away. Yeah. So it's funny, but I don't feel like that is ultimately the correct direction. It I do love whimsy. I enjoy it. I just think that like making it a creature isn't quite right. Like, I know that like some of them are creatures, like the Slayer chest and stuff like that. That is kind of like this mimic like creature, but I'm not sure. Maybe it's the small head on it is like tripping me up. Like maybe if the dragon's face, like if it wasn't quite. I need to line these up better. Like, it is fun with it like walking around and stuff, like I like it being an animated chest. It's not a living thing so much as it's just like this thing that is animated, right? And like looks alive, but it's just magically kind of like imbued and powered or something, right? So that's kind of more what I think works. Let's see. Like we could give it just cool horns and stuff like that. And then just elements kind of glowing off of it, perhaps. Also, I need to keep an eye on the chat. Yeah, and the tail might make it too creature as well. I could ditch the tail. Oh, did the Dragon Stars make it in? Actually, I don't think they did. Shoot, I might need to like do a tiny tweak to that file and resubmit it. Forgot. Um, yeah. I also like we talked about this on my last stream, the dragon like clutching an orb kind of thing. That whole motif is always very funny. Um, hmm. Yeah, if it was more of the serpent style, like Chinese dragon wrapping around the chest, I could definitely see that working extremely well. And we have a variety of different kind of like style of dragons in the area. There's some that are a little more serpentine, and others are a little more chonky kind of lizards. So I like both of those styles absolutely would work for this. So we can certainly explore that, and I definitely think that is one that I think deserves to kind of be explored, like a really elegant and beautiful kind of like golden treasure hoard kind of vibe could look really nice. Okay, so it's maybe the tail is kind of the problem. Now it just looks like a weird toad with horns. I don't know. I think maybe the feet like this are better in the regard of like, no, it's a chest, right? These feet and tail becomes too alive, more than I would like even for like an inanimate or animated object, right? Um, let's see. Yeah, there's the whole kind of more serpentine style dragon. So let's see. It's interesting because I can already tell that if I started with a scroll case, it would have probably gone in a very like different kind of direction. Um, and starting with the chest, like this will influence the scroll case. So it's interesting how different what item we start with could make the final kind of outcomes. Again, like I don't think I want it to be like really laying over top. Maybe it's more that it's actually like carved into the surface, right? There's also the idea that someone shared about like the top part is actually like the wings themselves, how to kind of show that is kind of the challenge. Trying to think of like what kind of an angle could do that. Maybe it like comes forward more. The toes are still the very corners of this, but they're instead facing down. That might work better. The new M2000 chest mouse. Feet capping the corners rather than the chest having legs. Yeah, like it was funny, but like it just felt too not a chest anymore. It was like a weird mimic toad dragon creature thingy. Um, One big clawed hand laying over the chest. Ooh, that could be really dramatic and cool too. All right, let's kind of like that idea. Like I think there's something going with that latest sketch, so can certainly go back to that. But I just really quickly want to explore this concept. Now this is more like there is actually just a dragon, just like, yeah, no, this is mine. Do not touch. But if it's made of the same metals and they flow into each other, maybe I can kind of make that work. And then we kind of go more into the elements available to this. Another thing is like we could play more with the cavern idea itself, right? We're in these like these tunnels, natural like rocky tunnels where these dragon nests are, kind of idea, right? So maybe the actual material itself is made of the stone, and it has kind of like these natural kind of cavernous voids in them or something, or it's just the surface is kind of like chipped away as these kind of layers. Gives it a lot of interesting texture, and we can have the elements kind of like seeping out from it. But yeah, like instead of requiring like a keyhole lock, it could just be there's this like dragon hand just actually That's kind of cool. If it's like, what if it's like straight up just holding it shut? Okay, let's try and do that better. And it's just like made of gold and really like elegant and beautiful, but also like kind of imposing. Um, hmm. Gotta get the like the hooked talon. Yeah, I want it to like be a little more integrated into the chest. And then like how would the rare version differ? I wonder. Could be an even more ornate dragon hand or something. Hmm. Okay, I'm not sure if I like that better than just like the claw kind of resting on top. And I could make these talons kind of like hook deeper into the chest. Oh, it's not working. Ooh, it's warm. All right. Okay. Could be improved, but yeah, I'm not sure if I want to go in that direction, but could be interesting. All right. I had something here maybe. It's kind of creepy. It's almost like a skeletal hand. All right, let's see. Giant dragon foot. Mm-hmm. Yeah, corners being rock with gemstones would be pretty sweet. I like that. Yeah, exactly. Keyhole not needed. The dragon decides who's worthy of opening the chest. Exactly. Yeah, I almost like this being kind of like this natural looking. Kind of, it looks like the cavern walls. And you're like, wait, is that a chest? Or just like a weird mummified dragon hand on a very specific shaped rock? Yeah, and then the corners can be like this like crystalline growth or something like that, relating to the elements perhaps. Kind of helps with it being propped up if I use the icicle like that. Hmm. Hmm. Each dragon nail having like ice, poison, and fire colors. That could be cool. Okay, so we got kind of like this flame. Poison goop. Not sure I'm sold on this direction, but it's an idea. It just looks kind of dirty. Like just it was left out in the elements. I mean, that's kind of the idea, I guess, but it's just like crusty and gross. Did you leave it out all winter again? Do you know how bad it is for the hinge and lock mechanism? Yeah. Okay. So this one we could explore more. The claw kind of like up and clasping is kind of cool. Maybe if it's flattened down more, it might feel more actually a part of the chest. We kind of like design it with more the negative space. Yeah. Might be weird with it going right off to the side. I think I like the idea of it being kind of like overlapping and flowing across the piece. Maybe its tail is like sticking out as handles. maybe each face of the box is like a different element. So so this feels a little bit more like it is actually a chest, but it is like dragon motif. Yeah, that might work. Have the chin kind of jut forward more. I like the idea of it being like kind of sheets of metal kind of overlaid in intricate and cool ways rather than like a super three-dimensional like thick dragon kind of thing, right? So it's almost like this is all coiled around it and it's like wrapped in many layers of this like dragon metal. And so like to unlock it, it has to do this like super intricate puzzle maneuver, perhaps. And then if it's like the rare activated version, it could be in a slightly different state and like glowing and cool stuff like that. But this is kind of interesting. It might feel too technology based though if it's all like super engineered looking. So I don't know if it's the right direction, but it's kind of cool what it could do. Like it definitely feels more, it is related to the chest and it's protecting it kind of idea. If I have these wings kind of sweeping down onto it as well. Yeah, I like the idea that's almost this like intricate puzzle. It's kind of cool. Have that come forward a bit. It's fun because often on stream I'm like, that's not where I expected to go with this. And I didn't expect this idea to kind of quite work as well as it ends up working. But that often happens on stream for me. So this is maybe a good direction, maybe. Let me shift that down so that it feels a little more like the perspective. Or the plane of that surface shifting kind of did something more there, maybe. Mess with the wing a bit. Not happy with it yet. Plus, I do want to like have elements at play a little more somehow. Let's see. So this idea mainly came from whoever suggested kind of turning the wings themselves into the top of the chest. A lot of the time I'll start with someone's suggestion and just kind of like evolve something out of that. It may not end up as the exact same thing that was suggested, but like it kind of kicks off some ideas. Okay, so I like the concept of there being these like layers stacked. Although I do want to get like that stone in here and the elements in here. So I might need to kind of play in that space a bit more. Because right now it's not fitting the themes as well as it might otherwise. Oh, interesting. Incorporate some of the original Dragon's Chest look into the underneath of the new area elements. Yeah, yeah. Call back to the that relic of an item. If you are around during that time, the Acolyte dropped the Dragon's Chest, I believe it was called. I might be mistaken, but it was an item that at the time was the end game kind of like reward, and we were like, okay, whatever is going to be in here, it's going to be awesome, and it's going to like, relate to the dragon, which is going to be like the final cool chapter or whatever. But we don't know what's cool enough to put in it, so we're just not going to put anything in it for a while and like leave it as something you can't unlock. And that taught us a very, very powerful lesson in game design of if you give them some kind of reward, the player base, like a mystery reward is inside of this chest, and it's going to be so good, but you can't have it yet. So just think about like what you want it to be, and just dream about what will be inside of this glorious chest that you're getting more and more of. And the longer we couldn't figure out what to put in it, the more bad that situation became, because players' expectations were just like growing, right? You provide this kind of like concept that like we're not going to tell you. Maybe you think about what you want, and like the dreams that people kind of like had about like, oh, what if it's this? And like, no matter what we did beyond a certain point, there was no being able to appease expectations and like just wants, right? Like it just became this kind of like, oh no, we did something very bad to you guys. Like we kind of gave you this impossible promise, um, and so we learned never to do that. That was an amazing lesson to have learned, to kind of like not kind of dangle this reward structure that like could be anything, and hold it off for so long that like when it does finally unlock, it's just going to be a disappointment, even if it's amazing, right? So that was a cool lesson to have learned, and certainly it's a community relic, that item. Like that time, the experience of being a player in that phase of the game, wondering what could it be. I've collected several, hoping it's going to be the most amazing thing. But yeah, so never again that dragon chest. But yeah, like I like the idea. Yeah, we could take some of that motif and kind of like hide it in here. Like it's got this kind of like, I think it's like a white scales, kind of like trailing up the surface of it. I haven't looked at it in a long time, but that sounds about right. Uh, How would a treasure chest with the lock as a dragon eyeball and the opening and closing of the chest as the dragon's eye or eyelid? Ooh, that'd be pretty cool. Um, I kind of like the idea. Like, okay, so this there's something here. I like this layered plate sense of like, it feels extra like, oh my gosh, this dragon is like guarding this, but it's not actually a dragon. It's like this like concept of a dragon. It's this, these kind of like plates stacked and slid over each other in a dragon motif. So I get it, right? Like, I think that this is actually a great concept for like a chest. I like that it's there isn't like a keyhole lock. There is this weird like dragon shell. Maybe it's metal, maybe it's made of crystals and like stone. That could be a good way to kind of like take it away from the high like engineered kind of like machine pieces, because I don't want it to feel like it was like, like I want it to feel more natural in a way, um, as opposed to like someone like some advanced, like deep dwarves carved this and made it out of, like intricate metals and stuff, right? Like, this is a part of the caverns, these depths where these ancient dragons were kind of like hidden away from the rest, right? So I want it to have that kind of a feel to it. So if it was like crystals and stone and the elements, but it still has this motif, that could be really cool. So it's like carved stone, crystal eye, different elements kind of glowing around it. I could see that working well. Trying to think of like how the horns should work. I feel like they would kind of like drape back. But it's like also another opportunity for these things to layer, right? I think I like this design aesthetic of there being these layers stacked like scales, right? Like maybe it's kind of like this mica kind of shell over the chest. Stone sheets, crystalline sheets, kind of like stacked, and it's like, whoa! It is like this weird stone dragon thing happening. Yeah, I think I want to try and make that happen. I think that there's something cool about that. Maybe the claws should be like, instead of like out, they should be like clasping against the box. Yeah. Yeah, it's a puzzle chest. Exactly. Yeah, gargoyle like. Yeah, 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 yeah. Like kind of posed on the kind of ledge and like grabbing the plinth that it's kind of sticking out from. Exactly. You ever watch Gargoyles, the cartoon? I think about that every once in a while. Pesky sunlight. Gargoyles, X-Men, good times on TV. Ninja Turtles. Those claws aren't quite right. Let's see. Maybe they needed, the fingers need to be splayed out with gaps, right? But then the claws kind of close down. And in. And it'll potentially be easier to show it from the other angles. Kind of like the idea of the knuckle coming forward and then back here. It's a little more gripping the corner. It sticks out like that first. We'll see how well that reads. Yeah, the gargoyle idea is pretty cool. Yeah. Yeah, it's more a gargoyle stone form kind of creature. Exactly. I think that fits enough with all the themes, and it's not kind of getting too far away from the art direction of the area. Okay, so yeah, it's get maybe these like hooked claws being visible. It is kind of like fun having the idea that like, oh, maybe it is actually like a gargoyle that comes to life in, you know, the right situations. Those fingers didn't quite work there. And like the rare version of it, it's kind of like awakened or something. Kind of an interesting vibe it could have. Again, not that I want it to feel too much like it is actually a living creature, but just kind of. I do like the gargoyles idea. Maybe it is better with the fingers out, but like outstretched. Well, that might not be bad there. Cool. Yeah. Lava-like glow in the front of the chest where the dragon's breath might be. Yeah, heat the stone where the material... Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think I want more gaps between the layers. But if it is, yeah, like this stone gargoyle, kind of like a carved relief that's like several layers of detail, and then having kind of like these elements glowing in behind all the layers and kind of casting light into them. And then the rare version, so like the base version, the eyes are shut, it's like asleep, and the glows are kind of more subtle. And then when you activate its kind of rare form, the eye opens and it's got a glowing eye, and the actual like material itself, internal glows are enhanced. I think that that's kind of a cool way to do it, and maybe even like part like it's lifting up some things, like the wings lift more and more is revealed, and it feels like it's uncoiling. Uh, but yeah, like a gargoyle. Like I don't want beyond that. I don't want it to feel any more alive than that possibility. But that is pretty cool sounding. So we'll see if we can get there. But I think that that's definitely starting to turn into something I like. Yeah. And thinking like part of what I need to do is also consider, okay, how is this going to translate into a scroll case? I think for something like a scroll case, and we'll deal with this maybe next stream, but if we end up going in this direction for this chest, I could see it being kind of like you have the scroll case itself, and then there's this kind of like, you know, uh, wrapped kind of layers of, you know, dragon motif doing exactly the same thing, where it's kind of like locking it all up, and like you see the stone behind and the kind of layers glowing and stuff like that. But like there could be some really lovely depth created with that, and like a wing kind of just uncurling or something like that, right? Yeah, I could see that being really cool. Just there's depth in all of that. I like it. Okay, I'm gonna cut that and put it elsewhere. All right. Cool. Okay. So I don't want that folder anymore. This is basically all sketches. It is 12:22, so in 38 minutes we'll go on lunch break. And before that, I basically want to kind of like lock down on the direction we're going, and effectively just kind of like get the flats ready so that when I come back from lunch we can start rendering it. And then it's go time, you know? Yeah, okay. So far, this is my favorite direction. But before we kind of like get too deep in this direction, this kind of like design aesthetic, whatever, what other kind of like versions should we explore, if any? Should we just go forward with this? Yeah, there could be like pieces of it kind of like pushing it up off the ground or something like that if we want. Again, like I want elements and stuff interacting as well, so there could also be the ice and such kind of lifting off the ground, or it froze it kind of in that position or something if we want. Don't forget to add the tail. Yeah, all right. I kind of have the tail here, but I think that it's not doing as much as it could. Like if it's coming off and like as we've said, kind of like lifting it up, it's kind of an interesting potential for it, right? Yeah, the tail is a kickstand, exactly. That's exactly it. And it kind of opens this area to do that kind of rocky, crumbly texture, right? Make sure to get more of that. I think that that's pretty fun, actually. Yeah, we'll get like ice building up underneath. We can have like, honestly, even just kind of stalactites kind of coming off of the bottom of this, because again, it's for a kind of like natural cavern area, right? Maybe there's even stalagmites meeting it. It's just being here for so long, it's kind of like fusing with the floor below. Kind of would make it feel more natural or ancient, which is kind of like a vibe of the area. Is it's like this long lost, hidden away world with much to be discovered. Right, okay, so maybe this curls. Might feel less organic if I do that. Don't know if I want that. Or not. Okay, one concern could be, are we like losing the identity of a chest by going too far? So one thing I might do real quick is just kind of like block in flats, just so that I can see if it's like getting too confused. So if I kind of like apply value to kind of like, all right, everything on this plane is this shade. Maybe that's like shifted forward a little bit. That's kind of sunken back a bit. These knuckles are kind of on that plane. This tail kickstand, as it was referred to, is on that plane. We'll do another layer for the other planes. Kind of like the side of the tail would also. Because these are two-dimensional kind of plates of stone, if you would. Alright, well, come back to those little intricate bits. Alright, and then this might be... Okay, maybe I should get rid of the gray backdrop. Okay, I think if the lighting is dramatic enough, then it should read, right? Okay, and then we'll go another one below, and this will be darker than the rest. Okay. So I think as long as I like treat it very flat and kind of like 90-degree kind of angles on things, it's just there is depth between the layers. I think that this could work. Should these stalactites kind of be hanging down relative to the angle of the chest or straight down based on gravity, like it's been held up for a long time? Maybe it shouldn't have really long ones either. Yeah. All right. Would the chest show up more if the dragon had its head raised or arched back a little? Yeah, so actually, I think that that's a good way to kind of like differentiate the base version and the rare version. If like the rare version, it kind of like is kind of like lifting off more and it like becomes more activated looking and you get to see more of the chest which is more kind of like active and glowing. I think that'd be a really fun way to do that because I feel like it might be one of those chests where people, dust it, but we'll see. Yeah, I like this kind of layers of stone idea a lot. So I think let's see, a better way to handle this would be like breaking it into the different kind of like pieces. So I could like select this wing, for example, as well as this wing, and make this its own layer, and then do that for the head, and then other layers below that. And that way it'll also be easier to kind of like have them lift off. So cut that onto its own layer. So boom, that's separated out. Same thing here. Cool. All right, so I will just fill in this as a maybe a little darker and perhaps a bit cooler. That might be too much. Maybe like that. So could be something like that. And then honestly, this will be more layers as well. And another thing is if we have these like horizontal kind of stacks of detail, and stone, it could look very, I forget the name of it, but basically like different deposits of minerals to kind of like create this layer in stone. Okay, these details might all best be moved. And this can kind of go back here. Yeah, rock strata. That's it. Thank you. Yeah, the strata layers could kind of reflect that concept. Although in the actual caverns, there really isn't kind of like the strata layers. It's more like naturally kind of carved out water channels or something like that. You'll see. You'll see. Uh, so that's kind of one way to think about this, anyways. All right, turning off the layer here, I might do more fun layers back here as well. So we got this as our base. But I might as well just make a selection of this instead of having to repaint that. Okay. It's probably a bit too dark. And just so you know, like these colors are just placeholders. They're not actually the kind of like color these will necessarily end up. Okay, and then I want another layer, but below this one for the kind of handle portion of the tail here. Go brighter just so I can see what I'm doing. Just get the spines going on this part of it as well. Not going to feel great on the handle here, but I don't imagine this chest is made for human comforts. All right, let's see. Ironically forgotten. Yeah, the stalactites have to hang on tight. Stalagmites might one day reach the ceiling, yeah. I also think of termites, and they build these mounds that reach up. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's gonna base look like stone, and then I'm gonna have the elements kind of like seeping out of it, and then the rare version will be much more active, and kind of like the elements will be kind of like exploding out more. So the base version is going to be more stone, and and then it'll be more elemental, kind of when you dust it. Yeah. Well, I'm not totally certain though. We'll see where it ends up, right? Like it could end up becoming just kind of like made entirely out of the elements or something cool like that. That could happen. But yeah, for now, I like the idea of it looking like it was kind of like discovered in the walls of the cavern or something. Add spikes at the end of the tail. Okay. Request submitted, received, and processed. Just trying to think of like how the spikes should work. Or are we talking about like these spikes here? This the kind of like spines. Like one thing I would say for tail spikes of this area is they might look more elemental than anything else, so they could be like a crystalline growth. Right? But another thing is I want to make sure that this feels like it's this kind of like gargoyle um, stone carving motif. So I don't want it to get too three-dimensional feeling unless it's just showing that it's like a flat plane. So if I get too detailed here, it might play against that. Maybe the spikes should kind of like come from more of a central point and bloom from there. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the rare variant becoming active in the elementals are creating more of a danger interest. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I think that's exactly right. It's kind of the idea that I want it to convey. Now that I'm thinking about it, like if these are all kind of like sheets built up as layers, I think the fingers will work better that way, where they're just kind of like, like thin, kind of bent pieces of, you know, stone, I guess. But then I can have like scales and stuff kind of just kind of textured into the surface. Probably just do a layer as the fingers themselves. Might be easier to manage if I do it as such. kind of texture with the silhouette of this to show it's kind of like this unpolished stone chipped away to the shape. Probably need to make it come down that far. Cool. All right. I think the tail is kind of coming out towards us, but it could kind of slowly turn underneath to kind of like really be an effective kickstand. Because right now it might like try and kind of flop over if this is too far off to the side and just straight out, right? And we could show that. By kind of like giving it different faces. Right, so it's like coiling underneath. That's an idea anyways. It's going to be like dragon fingers behind that, so I don't want it to get too detailed and complicated. Yeah, it's starting to peel off with the tail coiled out like that, and like the wings kind of lifting and stuff like that will be really cool. Definitely having the layers kind of like lifting off. Might just combine these together. Yeah. Put that below the tail though. then having kind of like drop shadows onto it as well could help with that kind of like layering feel. Very neat. Yeah, I like this direction. We're going somewhere with this. I'll even start naming some layers. Handle. Okay, so these are like the base chest, right? The head, wings. I'll probably separate them into like separate wings, to be honest. Let's actually put these in a folder. Okay. And I think that I should let's grab this. Cut that. Put it onto the head. And these are just for the wings at this point. I'll do the toes as their own group. Cool. Yeah, they probably don't need to be, well, no, actually, the reason I'm separating them is for when it's the rare version, having them be a separate object means I can kind of like lift them up in different ways. So that's good. All right. So this wing itself, I'm actually going to have it all on one layer. All right, so we are at 5 to 1. So we're going to go on lunch in 5 minutes. But I'm happy with the direction this is going in. So that's good. Let's clip that down. Clip that one down. Pretty soon I should be able to turn off or lower the sketch quite a bit more. And then we can start to really figure out some rendering. Make sure to sound your horns. All right. Yeah, the interesting thing I think will be when we start to layer in the kind of like panels behind and the like cavernous kind of elemental strata, if you will. I think that'll add a lot. Tail. Let's make the handle darker here. I might mess with how that handle works, but we'll see. Like, I'm not sure if I want it all to be so 2D kind of flat cut, but you know, like maybe the tail does kind of come out a bit more, and there's just kind of like a handle relief cut into that part of it. Or there's just like a void of stone where the handle can kind of like scoop in, even though it's like a flat surface there. So it doesn't kind of bump out in that handle shape. But, you know, we'll mess around. We'll find something. All right, so I'm going to give this a save. Yeah, the width of the tail might look better if it's like really thin or thick. Yeah, it might look like paper if it's too thin. I agree. Yeah, thicken it up. Again, like we want it to feel like stone, protective stone gargoyle layers. I don't know if I want it to be like, I don't think I want it round, but it thicker and more dense might be a good kind of like direction. How much the layers are visible outside of kind of the edge will be really useful. Like this kind of coming out more and that more, and other pieces kind of like creating this really interesting and obvious silhouette of there being depth to this will, I think, be very helpful for communicating that as well. So I think that's pretty neat, though. I'm going to turn the sketch down even more. Put it down to 15%. It's like half of what it was. So we can kind of like see the surfaces a little better. I might also kind of like make it more marble, granite kind of vibe. Or at least kind of like introduce a little more specularity or like gloss to the surface. So it's like polished in some areas, and that'll help kind of like create visibility on the kind of like outside edges by catching kind of reflections and stuff, and it'll help kind of like make it more readable. But I'm gonna pull up our time-lapse video of what we started with and such, and I'm gonna go on lunch, so I'll be back in an hour. I'll put up a little timer ticker so you know exactly when I'm gonna return, and until then, well, don't go anywhere, or go somewhere for an hour and come back. I'll have a Larry loot for you when I return, and we will get to the rendering. So see you when I see you in an hour. Alright, hello. Hello, hello, hello. We are back from break. Lunch is done. We shall continue whence we were. Yeah, coming back to it after a little break. Still pretty happy with the kind of overall look of this piece. Like, it's quite interesting. Hopefully not too epic. It's not like I don't know what will be involved on this map, but it's probably not, like Slayer level challenge, right? It's a location map, so generally not the most insane challenge, but I'll avoid making it just absolutely erupting with, like elements and craziness. I want it to feel more like just kind of a cool, old, beautiful chest, So we'll see how the team feels about it too. I might end up adapting it if we're like, doesn't quite fit. Let's do something different. But I like it so far. Alright, so hello again, hello again. Yeah, it feels a bit Slayery, I suppose. I don't know if it feels too Slayery. Like, certainly some of the sketches we developed were way more along that angle. But does the dragon face have a mouth? One idea could be that, like, when it's kind of in the rare state, it, like, opens, or, like, it shifts and it has a jaw open or something like that. So that could happen. But right now I like the idea of it being more simple, and it could be, like, details like that could be carved into the flat surface. So I imagine, yeah, it will end up with some kind of, like, mouth of some sort, but I just didn't kind of sketch in all the details at the moment. So let's do a layer below. That's garbage. Do a layer below that. So that's the base chest, core of the object. And so now let's do like another layer here. We'll go a bit darker, I guess. I mean, maybe I should just start putting in some color so I have a little bit more to go off of in terms of, like, varying the layers. Maybe this one should come up here. Cross over there, maybe? Going underneath. Not entirely sure what I want this layer to represent yet. There is kind of like a leg, like a knee idea there. It might be better to have kind of like a gap down here in the middle and have this piece come out up here. want that flowing in. Maybe this is the neck, actually. Maybe that's kind of actually what it could imply. So if it's coming up here, that could look closer. So it looks more like it's coiled around. We can make the neck kind of come at a slightly steeper angle. And then we can get some nice kind of like the softer kind of snake belly scale thing happening here, and kind of like more backside scales on the top of it, and that might look good. I just want to make sure I have enough area to play around with, kind of like the rocks and showing the elements and stuff. But yeah, I think that could work. How's everybody's Friday going? Anything interesting happening? How are people liking the Ronza event? It's a little more kind of like of an event. There's stuff to do at the shop, you know? I think that's kind of a nice change, personally. One thing that people might notice is like getting the what are they called exactly? Yeah, the grubs. The ice grub right now can be a bit slow, but something that might be notable is that as the area progresses, I think that they start to kind of like get better at dropping, perhaps. Believe that is maybe how that's going to work. Oh yeah, Larry loot. Let's get that up there. Copy link. Let's see if it'll let me paste it into the chat. Error, try again. Awesome. Happens every time. It's like it doesn't want to stay logged in. Let's see if I go here. Switch account. Weird, because I'm literally logged in right now. It does not seem to like. Okay. Create, go live. Let's see. Jump in here. We are live. I will. Boom. There we go. For the lock slot, it could be part of the dragon's nostrils. Yeah, that's true. One thing that I am kind of like interested in playing with is like, do we even need that keyhole, or is it more like maybe it's like an intricate puzzle, and like by solving this it opens. You know, like I feel like that's kind of cool. Or it just deems you worthy. Just like magically, kind of unlocking gargoyle chest. Kind of an interesting concept, but I'm also not opposed to like having a keyhole somewhere on it, because it could look really cool that way too. It gets a little thin there. Yeah, the eye could also be the keyhole. Nearly forgot to claim the Larry link for myself. Thanks, Larry. All right. Sorry, just catching up on some work messages. I think we're good. Cool. Okay. So, this don't need to be quite as dark with those shadows. Maybe there is good. I think that a part of me is like interested in this relief cut style because I've been thinking about doing more kind of metalwork where it's like engraved, kind of carved on the surface like this kind of concept. And now I'm like trying to figure out where to source brass plates that are, not insanely expensive. I'm going to play around with trying to inlay some metal into a leather sheath. Seems like it could be an interesting experiment. Definitely inlaid it into axe heads successfully, and I like how that looks and works. But I'm wondering if I can do it in like a leather sheath as well. So, gotta run some experiments with that. But I think, yeah, like it's had my brain in that kind of a space. It's fun. Okay, so I like the idea of it like having its eyes closed in the non-rare version, and then in the rare version it wakes up and its eyes open. It could also be, if we did want the keyhole idea, it could be like covering the keyhole with its face, right? So you have to like move it somehow as part of the puzzle to solve it, or who knows what, right? Like that's kind of a potential. Could be kind of fun. Might help with the kind of like, oh, I get it, it's a treasure chest idea, maybe. Or that might just be confusing. Could be all the way down there, perhaps. We can even put the keyhole like off on the side. Who knows how the locking mechanisms work on these. Okay, another piece of this puzzle would be the knuckles. Now those could go above the tail. Get rid of the old sketches here. So, toes. Toast. Toes. All right. Got some toes. And I did say I wanted to kind of like maybe flatten these a bit more. Maybe I should do something like this so I can really see what I'm working with. If the colors are too similar, it's actually quite difficult to fill in flats. I can always just apply whatever fill color after I've kind of created these silhouettes. But like I end up with like lots of little like gaps and stuff if I'm not using a dramatic enough color. So the way I'm kind of imagining it is like they're at 3 different angles. Right, so if this is like a top-down view of it, 2 of the fingers are kind of like 90 degrees from each other and the other one's 45 right at the very corner. So if I think of it like that, it can kind of help me figure out the perspective on them. That angle is a bit more difficult to do, but that's fine. Okay, these might benefit from like going on a layer behind everything. Okay. Now, much like the comment about the tail, we don't want it to be too thin, like paper thin or anything. It should still be like stone, right? So let's have that. I'll have the kind of lines go in based off of the angle that it should be set at. So these end pieces would actually point in towards each other, I imagine. So we can do that. And then this one would be using the same kind of perspective line as the side and actually line up with the other toe on the opposite side. Same with this one and this one and this one. That angle seems odd. Should come in here, perhaps. There we go. Okay, and then let them nearly kind of touch each other, but have the fingers just kind of come close to kind of closing around the corner, right? So a bunch of those might not line up very clean because honestly I didn't, build this in an actual like 3D model or anything, so they're really kind of just eyeballed. Positioning, like I know that these bottom kind of lines were really loosely scribbled in, so they're probably way off, but I think this gives me enough of a shape to kind of like build off of, and then I can just kind of tweak as I feel it would look better to, turn in here or there. That one goes in here. So it might be too geometric. We'll see. Might benefit from a little bit of just kind of trying to make it more organic, but I think for now should be good. And then when we add like the actual like shading, it should kind of become more clear, hopefully. Okay, so let's do just that. Fill that in, grab a different color and create a clipping mask for it. That's gonna be in shadow, but I want to get just a little bit of some kind of shading on it so we can kind of see the surfaces at least a little better. And get a better sense for their form. Then we can like drop heavier cast shadows onto it. Okay, so I think I can see the fingers. And then when we kind of like detail the base of the corners around it, we can kind of like create more of a wrist look to it there. Maybe I'll even do that as a layer here. Cool. We can kind of like get some scale texture happening on it, perhaps. I'm not sure if I want to do that, but might benefit from it. Okay. It'll be good to like hit it with like highlights and stuff too to really kind of bring out the edges. I'm not going to do that pass on it yet. Okay, the toes in the back I think can just be pretty plain like that. And get rid of that. Get more texture on that edge. Cool. Alright, so this purple is a bit out of place. So we'll grab something like that. Get a cast shadow below it. Alright, and the wings. Let's be the right wing. Yep. Feel like there's going to be kind of like that spine to it. Okay, so this color maybe make it a little bit more earthy. So we have kind of like the base form. I think that this is an okay start here, but I want to start looking at adding in our kind of like elemental qualities and see if we can kind of like help it to kind of like, okay, it feels more cavernous, it feels more like belonging to the depths. And like the detail of the dragon motif is just kind of like framing it and well, we'll see. A fun kind of element to it. And let's do a clipping layer on top here. So that's like a cast shadow. Kind of like there being like a little gap here, but the way that the wings are staged, that doesn't quite work. I think we'll be able to get the gap when we have it go into the rare mode and the wings kind of lift off a bit. Okay, so I think there was like the talk of kind of giving it a little bit of the original Dragon Chest vibe, which is kind of a fun idea, but I feel like it might be better served to use what real estate we have to try and kind of like convey the caverns. So for this, I think what I'll do is kind of get really textured and crunchy underneath all this. Trying to show this kind of chasm. Maybe. We'll see. Like, I don't want it to be like actually very deeply kind of curved away or anything. But some texture and depth as kind of like a background detail almost would be nice. So showing there's stalagmites and stalactites, I think are kind of like indicators of like the cavern walls. But these are kind of like simple thin layers stacked to kind of create more visual depth than is actually there. It's just a artistic kind of detail of this. But, you know, a lot of this stuff is also very magical, and we could just have it be like, yeah, no, it's actually cavern walls that go deep. And as soon as you open it up, there's just like a weird extra dimensional space in there. It all works. Do another clipping mask here. This is the front panel. Same idea, though. Now again, we don't have like a ton of real estate left to work with, so gotta be a bit strategic. And I also do want to have like just like ice build up and like maybe flames in the background, just kind of like lighting up the inside of it, and like just this poison seeping around and dripping off of the walls or something cool like that. Almost looks like a weird like dragon prison cage thing. Just pretty neat. Not what I was going for initially, but that's just how art with Jacob works. I don't really know where I'm planning on going until I get there. I might thin out the tail here so I have more room to view this. Lowering that down will center that lock a bit better too, which I think I might keep. So this is the handle layer. So I'm going to drop it on this side. Also, I think this will give me more opportunity for when the wing is lifted to kind of like have a little gap right here. In fact, I kind of want to try and introduce that right now. I think that I could get away with it. If I pull this wing back a bit here, tighten that up a bit. I mean, if anything, I should actually have the wing come forward a bit more. Might be the way to do that. All right, left wing. So if that comes out to here, that might work better. And I could slide the dragon head over a little bit more and have more room to move that keyhole into a better position. Also, I think compositionally the head just a little more to the left might look better. Turn off the sketch. Okay. Might be a bit too much of a gap there. I think the wing needs to be tilted in is the thing. But again, that doesn't help with kind of where I want that gap to show up. Okay, I'll shift the head over and otherwise leave it, I think. Does kind of look like the tail is trapped under that corner. Could be cleaned up too, yeah. Do the pointed ends of the wings have nails or claws too? Yeah, actually they could. I don't tend to kind of like put finger bits on the ends of those, but that would be cool. I mean, they are kind of like fingers themselves, so it's a pretty good idea. Okay. Maybe maybe this part needs to go up here and under the wing and have the wing tip kind of disappear, or have the wingtip, sorry, kind of tucking over it. And then that wing can kind of hover better. So I just need like there to be like a visible gap somewhere, and I think that's a better place for it for now. Okay. Yeah, I think it's the spikes on the end of the tail, and also like for this being like a statue-y kind of thing, I don't think that the like tail spikes are a good idea. Yeah, I think that'll be a bit clearer. I could also shift this so that there is a little more gap from the toes there. Which I think the most important thing is legibility. How clearly does this actually read? If it's not very clear, then it's very unsuccessful in my opinion. I'm going to shorten that even more. Yeah, I think it's better simpler. And we can thicken that out. toes. Clean those up a bit. By just putting like a little bit of a streaky texture, it actually kind of gives it a lot more dimension. Just enough that it feels not paper anymore, right? Yeah, so right now we're doing the base version, so the undusted version, and then when it gets dusted, it'll kind of like open its eyes and kind of like lift its head, and the wings and stuff will kind of like come to life more. So that's the idea I have for it currently. Would I add protruding horns coming out behind the dragon eye? I kind of, yeah, I kind of started doing that with this one. I just don't want it to come so far off of the surface that it like really disrupts the silhouette of this chest. Overall, I think I need to preserve kind of the like everything on this side is kind of more this tone, everything on the front is more this tone, and it'll help kind of like create this boxier feel to it, which I think will be important for, you know, communicating this being more like a piece of furniture than like a living, breathing creature. Um, so let's see about doing that actually. If I use like a brightness layer, grab like a darker value, and then is the handle. Hello? What's happening? Oh, I see. Okay, so that's more in the shadow. Tail tip as well can be a little bit more. Toes could use it a little more too. Okay, and I think it'll help to start to bring in some color with the elements and stuff inside the cavernous area behind. Where did I put the wrists? Okay, it is in the toe folder. Oh, thanks, Mouth. The base of the chest have some ghastly surface feel. Yeah, let's get some texture down under here for sure. Do a clipping mask. Let's get perhaps that kind of an angle. We'll get more actual earth color in here. And then I think when we start to kind of get the texture and elements layered in that can start to also impact this surface here. Yeah, I imagine there's almost kind of like flaked layers of rock, kind of just strata kind of chipping and build up and all that. Really crunchy kind of texture down here. I'll have to come back to this part for sure. It's not ready for full detail render. I think I need to get the other elements in here before I can really figure out how kind of I want to structure the values and stuff. But I like where it's at right now. Get a folder here for the shadow going on. So that's not terrible. The tail is a bit lost. We can fix that though. I think maybe that shadow doesn't need to be quite as deep as it is. And I think the tail being under it is gonna darken from being kind of cast shadow upon, however you would want to say that. I'm gonna do another layer just for this so I can kind of erase away where I want to return it back to where it was. All right, so the side of this, I think we can get a little more earthy again. Need to also make sure to look at this from far enough away that we're kind of like seeing it more as a tiny inventory item, right? Yeah, I think we need to start introducing the elements before we get much further on this to really kind of help it. So let's kind of have them be asleep though. So I'll do a new folder on top of this one called elements. And okay, so I mentioned the idea there's like ice building up kind of around the base of this and kind of like enclosing it could be neat. Can also help with kind of like separating out the tail to be kind of more in front of parts. Like things like making the toes kind of stand out. So we can use it to help with legibility of elements. Get like a little icicle growing off of this to help us know this is ice that has been here for some time. A little bit kind of growing off of the knuckle here. Might need to do that on a separate layer so I can kind of have it go out in front of that toe. Okay, it is 3 o'clock. I don't want to go super late. I might try and wrap up by 4. Yeah, the stalagmites and stalactites do kind of look like teeth, don't they? We could play that up too. We'll see. The rare version, I think, will really kind of play a lot with this space. Okay, we'll also probably want to get some good kind of dark shadows happening in the ice, the light refracting around. Definitely not going to be super bright under there. But like light can totally be seeping through in parts. Refracting around. Okay. Iced in. Alright. Sleeping dragon chest. Okay, so we got ice. Let's get some fire. Actually, let's get poison. Just kind of like dribbling around the base here. It's just drooling poison in its sleep. Okay, and then fire. just want like a hint of it. As we kind of like lean towards the center of it, we can kind of like glow a bit more intensely. It's locked deep in the core of it. But maybe not even this intense. So this, I think, is starting to kind of capture the area a lot more suddenly. Really just kind of making it out of the elements more so. I think I like that a lot. Yeah. There you go. It's there, it's interesting, but it's not kind of like, whoa, exploding with it, right? The right side of the chest looked like the piece of metal holding the keyhole, not extended the right edge of the chest. So the idea is that this panel kind of sticking out here is actually like a handle. And I could kind of like do a little motif on that edge to kind of make it look more handle-like. Yes, this is the Draconic Depths treasure map chest. This is the base version of it. We're going to do the rare version as soon as we're done this one. So I think I like the elemental kind of textures. The glow on that, it's nice. It's subtle enough, but also interesting. I think we just need to start to kind of like create more of that stone gargoyle texture. Yeah. Good. I wanted to remind you of condensation from an AC unit specifically. Goal achieved. Someone needs to defrost this chest. if I do scales here, then I can kind of continue them onto this layer. And help connect those pieces together. But then kind of like change the scale style. Okay, so wing-wise, add some crack texture to this stone, perhaps. Yeah, we could get like a little bit of mist or haze smoke around the chest. I think that could look neat. Good idea. Call this atmosphere. Yeah, like there might be like steam happening around the ice, right? Might be less visible behind it if we have this white background, but like maybe in front there's kind of this cloudy vapor. Don't want it to be too distracting. But just a hint of it could be kind of a nice detail. As long as it isn't actually like making it harder to read what's going on, right? So I think for now, I don't want to use that. I think it's going to be harder to see what's happening with it. If I do use it, it might be more like behind the wing kind of situation, right? Can use that to kind of pop those forward a bit more. But yeah, for now, I don't think that's the right time to add that kind of an element either way. Okay, so the face. These are kind of cut at very different angles, we could pretend. So there's value shifting from each of these. Also, maybe this should be like a screen layer or Now, if the idea is that it's like engraved out, we would have kind of like certain surfaces kind of catching the edge of the light. All right. Yeah, actually, I mean, dragons in this world have mouse ears, so maybe I should give it some ears. Let's just throw that as a layer on top. Cover up the scales a little bit, I guess, but might be the easiest way to kind of convey this. Does kind of have sandblasted metal vibes, you're right. Maybe you want to get a little more kind of earthy. Okay, and then I think I want to get more of that warm texture going on in here to just knock that all back more. Meant to do that as a layer on top. Cracks made me wonder if the wing should have leather-like grooves. Maybe. I do want it to feel more stone. So I could probably do a better job on that in general. Just kind of catching some light from those elements bouncing up onto it. Get some of the just general atmosphere, catching these edges to pop them out so it can read a little bit better. A lot of this is not super realistic in terms of like how the lighting would catch things, but when it makes it better to read, it's more interesting to look at. I tend to think it's worth it. Good old car tire scales. Whew, I am cooking. It is toasty in the apartment today. Thankfully the cats aren't trying to get on my lap. Okay, I think I need to make the tail read a little better. Get some of that highlight on it. Thanks, Sean. Yeah, we got 20 minutes before it's 4, and I think I want to try and end the stream about then. But let's see what we can do in 20 minutes. Something that works nicely for conveying texture as well is if you should probably put that in a folder real quick. Go in and kind of eat away at that silhouette of the texture just by kind of like describing the surface through kind of like taking little bites out of it. You can really communicate the whole texture of the piece. Suddenly it feels craggly and gritty just by like removing sharp kind of little chiseled out pieces almost. Yeah, the silhouette specifically is very good at helping to describe the entire surface of an object. You can just kind of communicate that on that visible edge. It translates across the entire surface. And of course the kind of crumbly, crunchy texture on top is now easier to kind of like have your brain be like, oh, I get what that is telling me, right? I want to make sure it has this kind of like good crunchiness, so I'm going to have harder edges to some of these kind of textures. But then we can also kind of hit it with highlights too. Where there is light transitioning from like direct light hitting a surface to shadow is your like light terminator, and that's the best place to describe a texture by just kind of like trading shadow and highlight on either side of that terminator. You can instantly just be like, hey, look at how porous and like sharp these little kind of crunchy bits are, right? Little jagged kind of surfaces capturing that raking light. It's the kind of stuff I really like to just play around with. But of course, you know, at the scale you're looking at it, you're really not getting that level of detail, so it's super not necessary to get that deep into the texturing, but I like to just go there anyways. Can at least kind of show what the process is and try to use that yourself. And I do believe that even though you can't see all these details in the final piece, by putting it in, it does still kind of like produce a better piece in the end that like just has more of a presence than it would have otherwise. At least that's what I tell myself. All right. I think that that is probably more than enough for this version. I think if we're gonna attempt it, we better start the kind of rare version right now, or we'll just have to do it later. It's not like a hard I have to bounce at 4, but probably a good idea to try and stay within that window. Okay, so give this a save. Oof. Also, I do want to have like the wind down period too. Oh, but yeah, like another thing is I need to kind of make sure, is this actually legible at the smaller scale where it's kind of like going to be seen. So I might need to clean it up, get carried away with too much detail, and you can kind of like lose your structure. And I feel like it does need a little bit more control. Another thing I can do is look at it in grayscale, which is always something I recommend. So looking at it, you should be able to kind of like see if there is any kind of contrast issues where it's just kind of like hard to understand what you're looking at. Overall, I think I might even try something like if I... This isn't sketches. Sleeping dragon. So if I try something like this, set it to a normal layer, put a layer above, and make that brightness that is clipped, I could go around and try and just kind of create a little more value structure. So first of all, I might knock everything that is not like the dragon itself back, and really kind of like get back to the value structure of the planes themselves. I could like bring out the dragon stuff a bit more. push that all back a bit more. Bring dragon forward a bit more. Like, I think for the handle portion and the back panel, this might actually be necessary to help it read. Especially if we're gonna like start to get even more kind of intense with the elements kind of exploding and stuff. Just bringing these values, grouping them closer together so that now you can see, oh, okay, that is all one object. I think grouping is the key concept here. Now we'll see how much this kind of just causes issues for the piece itself. You know, like, do we lose the elements? Do they stop looking right? I think that always values are more important than basically anything else, though. Okay, so I feel like value-wise, this is cleaner to read, right? You can kind of see those shapes much easier. Now let's see if that is a worse looking or better looking image. You know, in a moment. Now, the one thing about this kind of an edit is it's kind of like over the whole image as a single layer, a corrective layer. So it kind of, when you make edits where you're just kind of like moving things like the wing and stuff like that, doesn't translate as easily. You have to kind of like cut it up and move it around. But let's take a look at it in color mode now, see how that looks. So I feel like it's a lot more obvious what is kind of attached to what. And I think that's a good thing. I feel like this reads better. Got to take a look at it, kind of like smaller resolutions. Overall, like that is more distinct to me. So let's take a look with that off. It's not terrible though. I think that there's like a blend of the two. I like the shape, that kind of concave top of the wing. So I'm going to bring that back. Okay. I think, let's see. I do think that like darkening the that kind of background area and lightening the dragon area is a good thing. I think I can just pull it all back just a bit. I think it's just that they need to be grouped together. Though I don't want it to get too close together. So I'm going to darken this portion up here. Make sure that that stays separated. But like this plane, I think needs to feel different from the front plane, right? I need to show that angle. Can lighten up that bottom ledge there to just kind of like provide a little more interesting contrast as well, which will help separate those out. Right? Okay, so there's a good form there, I think, still. But again, it makes it a little more complicated to edit it beyond this because this is a corrective layer on top. So I think it helped darkening the base here underneath. You can kind of let that sludge catch more light. Capture a bit more of that light as suggested. Can also help describe how it's kind of this flat kind of cut. Nice. Okay, we are at 4 o'clock. So, as much as I want to keep working on this piece and exploring the possibilities with it, I think that it's probably time to wrap up the stream. But I'm pretty happy with where this got to. And I guess you're just going to have to wait to see it in its rare form. Yeah, I think it doesn't need to be quite so strong. Maybe... if you look at it and you squint, you should be able to kind of like break it apart into groups of values. That's the goal. I think 75. So it's there, but it's more subtle. As long as not everything is like becoming midtones from it, right? I think if I darken this section again. Oop. Come back, computer. But like leave that saturated. Just kind of darkening immediately below the dragon itself. Hopefully this isn't too annoying to kind of like, okay, cool, now to move things around, shift the wings, lift them, raise the head. Maybe I will end up just kind of like duplicating this layer and clipping it down into each part, and then just kind of merging them and moving them that way. That's probably going to be the smoothest way to go forward with it. Okay, cool. But hopefully this is still visible as a chest. I think the ice here might need to kind of like lighten up underneath to kind of show more that there is this chest shape through it. So that's alright. It does have a very Jungle of Dread vibe, huh? Okay, I'm happy with that for now. I'm going to save it. We're going to go into time-lapse mode and we're going to sign off. I could potentially, like finish the rare version, but like I have other stuff I need to get to off stream. So I'm going to save, export time-lapse, go into different view mode. But I'm pretty happy with this. I like it. So let's see where we came from. Not 60 seconds, no. Go into all. Thank you. But not bad for a single session. I think there's a lot of nice details. I would also actually want to get the scale texture on the tail and the keyhole handle. That I think will also kind of like help the layers to kind of form. So like the wings and the head being more flat, and then the wrapping kind of body and tail and claws having the kind of like the pattern across it will kind of like set those onto like the middle layer, and then the back kind of colorful but dark, environmental kind of cavern vibe. Hopefully, we are not losing the look of the cavern too much by having uh, that overlay that I threw on there. But it might be something that like when I look at it with fresh eyes next week, I will assess it and be like, okay, I took it too far. If anything, instead of darkening and lightening the dragon, I could have just kind of lightened the color of the stone but left the background as it was and just made sure that where those kind of came together, they grouped, and had more contrast. So they group with each other better, but also have more contrast against each other, stuff like that. Um, but yeah, I mean, I would not have designed it like this had it not been for the stream. So I'm thankful for you all who kind of joined in and contributed. I'm already seeing things that I'm going to tweak on it. You know, it's just how it is. But I'm excited by the piece. You know, I'm enjoying working on it. There's definitely elements that are working. It might be nice to like even add in kind of like crystals and kind of like maybe jewels, maybe not, but kind of make it a little more treasure vibe. It doesn't really have like a dragon's treasure hoard quality to it. Maybe that's something that we want to kind of like bring it towards. I kind of like the idea that it's like wrapped around its treasure, right? So maybe it should be, you know, like a pile of gold and stuff inside of it. But yeah, maybe I'll throw this at Norm, see his opinions and shift gears or tweaks or whatever, right? Um, yeah, I've been looking at it long enough. I need to like get a fresh look at it next week, and then I'll know exactly how I want to tackle it. And you know, throw it at the team, see what they think. So it might look slightly different when you get to see it in game. I might save this to continue on next Feedback Friday. I'm actually quite tempted to do that. You know, pick up where we left off kind of idea. Um, Maybe get some of the more kind of like fiddly stuff kind of like worked through, and then you know we could work on the scroll case and stuff. And I'm really excited about doing the scroll case after how this came together. I really like the aesthetic, and I think there's a lot of like really cool visuals that can really come out of the scroll case if we take it in the same route, which makes sense. Um, I mean, I like this a lot. I think there's a lot going on that's a lot of fun. But yeah, here we are kind of starting to tackle the values, and we get to see it in color mode, whereas before we were only seeing it in grayscale. So it's interesting to see what happens, because you want to do it while looking at the grayscale. All right, there it was. It wasn't significantly different. It was kind of subtle, so that's good. But yeah, all right, that's where we ended up. Um, 4 a.m. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Thanks for hanging out, though. I always appreciate the company, and glad you were a part of it. I'll post the Larry link again in case anyone missed that. Let me grab that. But yeah, that's it for the stream. Where are you? There it is. That's funny. Sorry. Just saw a comment in work chat that made me chuckle. Someone only just now, for the first time, realized what all the tribal isle names were referencing. All right. So I'm just gonna let this play out once more. Yeah. Hydrate. It is important, everyone. Oh, yeah. No, I always want to work with your suggestions. I can't keep them all, and they often will evolve from it, but all of this, everything that you see in this was inspired by input from you all. So, this is like my favorite way to work, honestly, is actually streaming live with an audience who gives me feedback and input. I think it's just a more interesting challenge, and it creates stuff that I wouldn't otherwise create, and I think it's really unique. So, thanks again. Yeah, always appreciate you all. Don't like tires now with some cream shades because the back of the neck was tire texture. Yeah, I'll add more thickness. I agree. Like the tail lost that. It's a little more rounded out too. I want to kind of make it a little more kind of stone carved, but thick. Stone needs to be a little bit thicker than the papery kind of layers. Bulk it up a bit. Yeah, and I do like that, like the warmth of that orange glow behind the wings. I think I just need to kind of like group those values better, and we'll get there. But at the same time, again, like it's a case of like this is fine being really subtle on the like sleeping version, and then when I do the kind of like rare version, I think I do want to kind of like have more kind of like punchy, kind of like explosive colors and stuff. And I think the silhouettes themselves will have to kind of do more work with like the wings raised and the head lifted and stuff like that, showing how separated those are. But yeah, we'll get there. And I think by doing the rare version, it's going to inform the base version a little bit more as well. So there's much to do on this still. It's just you know it's good. All right. Well, that's that. Thank you again so very much for joining me on this live stream. I'll catch you next week. So yeah, it'll be art again. And yeah, I feel like I might just try and pick up where we left off because I think there's a lot of cool stuff to develop with you all as well. And we have time on this one. I don't need it like end of next week, so we can kind of work on this one together and make it really cool. But all right, that's been a long enough outro for me. I shall catch you all later. Take care of yourselves, take care of each other, and I'll catch you next time. See you in a week. Okay. Have a good weekend, everybody. Bye for now. Bye bye.